Alrighty guys, good evening, happy fucking Wednesdays. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're gonna be playing the Dibblidibs. We're gonna be playing the Dibblidibs. New Tome has opened, oh my god. It's been so long on the Vader medal. What do you even get for finishing the tomb on time? I think just like you get like those points or whatever they're called. That currency, this shit, rift fragments. Yeah. So this shit, stuff that doesn't really matter is all that interesting. Most of it's garbage. I don't even do the tiers because it doesn't matter. Business time Meg. All killers have are shitty knives. Look at that, his gears. Wow. They totally put a lot more effort into survivor shit than killer shit. Do a whole lot if she doesn't pull it out. Pull it out. Unsheath it. Unsheath thy sword. Get away for her animation. Everyone's doing the half masks. I think the new thing is the half mask with the fluorescent paint on it. Especially if it moves. Popularized by the League of Legends video on that. A clown outfit? Oh my god, clown got a new outfit. Wow. A charm. Oh, it moves. Kids like stuff that spins, guys, so if it spins, it's great. Jonah bobblehead. What? Why would you wear a Jonah head when you can bobblehead when you could literally just wear Jonah as a skin? The fuck is this? Why would you do this? Like, you should be able to collect them as a killer, you know? Like, every evil entity does by locking up people inside, what's the stuff called in Star Wars? There's a name for it. Carbonite. Yeah, carbonite. Having like frozen figures or something like that. In agony. That sounds like something a killer would have, right? As a trophy? Killers don't have trophies, though. You don't get to keep body parts or stuff like that. Cannibal had faces, and then they got rid of that. You can't have faces anymore. I bought the last rift? No, I don't buy any of the rifts. I don't care about them. Most games I do purchase the rifts, so like in Fortnite I did, and Apex I did. Like buy the battle pass, I'd always do that. And I haven't yet played this game for a year and a half. I still don't buy this because it's just a bunch of garbage. None of this stuff is worth anything to me, and usually you can't finish the rift anyways. The amount of time it takes you to fucking complete it. It's kind of pointless. Yeah, but I don't care, and usually, as I mentioned, you usually can't finish it. Good, good, good. Hmm. Good. But anyways, guys, as I mentioned, there's a lot of weird things going on right now in the community. A lot of people are saying they overbuffed killers. I don't think so. Because the main things that they did for killer was they increased gen speed by 10 seconds. That shouldn't really matter at all. They gave you 2 stacks of STBFL, and they gave you a half-strength version of Brutal Strength. I have used STBFL and Brutal Strength before. It doesn't make that much of a difference. The extra 10 seconds on gens I don't really buy being a big deal. Dead Hard requires skill to use. It's not completely gone, but for most people that aren't able to actually play the game properly, it's not going to work out. But Dead Hard definitely still works for people that can actually time things properly. So, yeah, I don't really understand why survivors are having so many problems right now. I do think, as well, I kind of understand it, and I think this goes back to, I'm pretty sure they reset MMR. I'm pretty sure with the patch yesterday, they reset MMR, which is why people are having all sorts of weird-ass games. As the MMR and players bubble up and down the tiers of MMR, you're going to have really fucking weird games until people get in the proper positions. There's people on Reddits that were complaining about tunneling and camping being common now since the patch. It was always common at high MMR. It's always been a viable strategy. Same thing with slugging at high MMR, depending on which killer you're playing. And if they haven't seen it before, that generally means they're playing against killers that are much higher MMR than them, and as such, they don't normally see them, so they think it's something new when it's not, which would be what happens when MMR's off, or if it's just been reset. And everyone's going to bubble all around so that it changes the stats. We talked about this last night. And I tweeted about it, and I'm very certain that's what's happening. I'm pretty sure they reset MMR, and it's going to take a couple days before things get relatively somewhat back to normal, and it's going to take probably a week or two until things actually go back to normal. And that has nothing to do with people learning the meta, and has everything to do with people being at the right MMR. But good. Well, let's see. Let's go take a look at the tubes, guys, and the Reddits, and go from there. They really fuckered. One thing that they've really fucked is add-ons for killers that are dependent on it. It is incredibly, incredibly difficult now to get add-ons, so if you're a killer that is dependent on add-ons, you're going to have a really, really fucking rough time. Yeah, there's some killers that are incredibly dependent on add-ons, and you basically, when you prestige, you have to go back through the earlier trees, in which you have to redo all the earlier levels with no options in it. When you look at a level 50 tree, you have a bunch of different options. There's usually like five or so purples in there. There's one Eerie pretty much in every single 50 blood web. And of course, there's a numerous amount of greens and yellows in there, and then of course browns is filler, right? You don't get that anymore. You get some greens, you get some browns, and some yellows. You get mainly browns and yellows and some greens. It's like if you just get the earlier part of the blood web without the expansions. The purples and the Eries are almost always on the outside edges of the blood web. Eries especially are on the outside fringes for the most part. And they changed that, and there's no way to not prestige anymore, which is a big deal for killers that are add-on bound. So, yeah, that's rough. That's pretty fucking rough. But I think they're going to figure it out. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, guys. Let's see. What do we got here tonight for the tubes? Evanescence? Oh my god. Lindsay Sterling and Evanescence. It's like all the things in life that are good. I'm not gonna watch on stream. I don't want to get DMCA'd. A bolter. Very rare from AVE. Incredibly rare. That's where he takes apart tools. He used to do that all the time. Now he doesn't do it at all. Spoilers. Dear God, I haven't watched the new season of Breaking Bad. I'm waiting for it to finish. Not Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul. Actually, maybe this isn't a spoiler. Yeah, that's from Breaking Bad, not Better Call Saul. Honest trailers, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh, Obi-Wan was pretty terrible. Let's take a look. I'm curious.
Now that George Lucas cashed out and Disney turned the franchise into FIFA with lightsabers, open wide as they chuck another hunk of content down the rancor pit of Disney+. But this was actually pretty tasty. Obi-Wan Kenobi. You had to watch Han Solo turn into a broke, divorced dad. You had to watch Luke Skywalker become a gross recluse. Now it's Obi-Wan Kenobi's turn to
break down all the old heroes.
And this legend,
I guess because they're white.
And original trilogy and Clone Wars becomes a sad fishmonger who everyone roasts like
white guy
on Beach Day.
You seem kind of old and beat up.
The years have made you weak.
And the next 9 years are gonna suck even more. Prepare for a show that reminds you how great the prequels were when they're cut down to a 3-minute recap montage. And cheer as the best part of those films returns.
Obi-Wan!
Hello, Dex.
Follow along on the celibate religious man's new mission. Stare at a 10-year-old boy all day. But when a special little princess gets moved to another castle, Obi will have to save a Skywalker for the upteenth time, even though he's forgotten his super speed. Twins work. Obi will day. But when a special little princess gets moved to another castle, Obi will have to save a Skywalker for the upteenth time, even though he's forgotten his super speed. Forgotten how twins work.
How old are you?
And forgotten how to hide, like, at all. Hey, you gonna change your last name, buddy? Maybe dye your hair? I don't know. Stop wearing Jedi robes? That's not an improvement. You look like Vincent Adult Man.
Hello, other grown-up.
Thrill at the latest installment of Star Wars Babies, Leia Edition. Vivian Blair shines as a young princess with more sass than Carrie Fisher if she were actually born into royalty.
If anyone asks, you're my daughter.
Granddaughter, maybe.
What?
Nothing.
And once this lone wolf and cub link up, you're in for yet another round of Grumpy Warrior gets a cute sassy kid to safety. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hello there again, Ewan. Meet a galaxy's worth of supporting characters, some of whom don't even live on Tatooine. Like a guy who puts the mid and midichlorians.
So judgmental.
An Imperial officer who's not like those other Imperials. She feels bad about it.
I joined up when the Empire stood for something. I made some mistakes.
And evil, twisted villains like modern Star Wars fandom.
If you're sending her bullying messages, you're no
Modern
I made some mistakes.
like a guy who puts the mid and midichlorians.
So judgmental.
An Imperial officer who's not like those other Imperials. She feels bad about it.
I joined up when the Empire stood for something. I made some mistakes.
And evil, twisted villains like modern Star Wars fandom.
If you're sending her bullying messages, you're no Star Wars fan in my mind.
Reva, a youngling who never finished her grooming, but graduated with honors from the quiet, loud again, School of Villainy.
Tell me where the Jedi is!
What makes you think
Horrible fucking actor, by the way.
we'll see it coming?
Send out the probes. Do it.
Nobody's coming.
You can't run Obi-Wan!
And he slaughtered them.
And of course, Darth Vader, who's now literally a mix of man and machine. Hayden Christensen kills it in a dual role as both the guy in the Big D suit and as Anakin in his 7th senior year at Jedi Academy. He'll give us fresh insight into Vader's loss of humanity and show us what really turned Annie to the dark side.
You'll need to prove yourself as your undoing. Until you overcome it, a Padawan you will still be.
So, to prove himself worthy of being a Jedi, Anakin had to try his hardest to stop trying so hard to prove himself worthy of being a Jedi? Okay, this scene makes sense now. So enjoy the weird new middle ground of Star Wars.
Obi-Wan is
Bad
so
for a
horrible.
movie, but good for a TV show. Too short for a series, but too long for a film. Incredible lightsaber duels, but rinky-dink sets. And a story constrained by the trilogies that take place before and after, but drops in a
Didn't go around.
to launch a Rogue Squadron's worth of future Star Wars content.
Just getting started.
I think I had a brother. I think I've just found out what they're hiding down here.
Okay, none of those Jedi are actually dead. Disney just Jurassic Parked them until it's their turn for a show.
Yeah. No shit, what the fuck was going on there?
Gentle Ben. Problem child.
Like,
That's what I love about these younglings, man. I get
what they were doing down there, like, I immediately expected him to release the Jedi. Instead of doing that, he just left them there. For whatever reason. It didn't make any sense, really.
older, they stayed the same age. Neon Genesis Revangelion. I don't like sand snakes. They're coarse and rough and irritating. He doesn't even go here. Hashtag justice for Hat. We only sell moisture here. Where are the Jedi? Round back? Whoops. Hold my Beirut. What I gotta give it to a Reva. Cool male non-Jedi. Nice cube. And the cool male.
This guy would have made an amazing Inquisitor. Like, he would have been absolutely a fantastic bad guy, and they cast him as basically, like, a comedy role.
Nice cube. And the one lesson Disney can't afford to learn.
It's the past. Move on. Be done with it.
Ben-Hur. So Reva's plan was to work her way up to Grand Inquisitor, then just try to stab Darth Vader in the back? Probably gonna see that one coming. It's literally the only way Sith get promoted. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? In another life, I would have loved doing laundry and taxes with you. This time, it's gonna take more than killing me to kill me.
Good. Wonderful. And pretty reminiscent of the actual series. Yeah, I prefer Critical Drinker's take on it. I covered most everything. And some things that I didn't think about when I talked about it on stream. Let's take a look at EVE. Covering Artesian Fallout. I've never even heard of Artesian Fallout. Artesian builds, excuse me. Let's take a look at EVE.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the shop. I've been dipping my tip in the dark side of the Force. The Wood Elf planar robot.
How do you get my coffee, though? One second, guys. Ah.
Time.
Not as fast as it used to be. He used it first. He doesn't normally do that. He takes it apart first. Getting old, guys.
Here, the local scumbags had but 2 of the varietals. I decided to go with the built-in theft deterrent teal, despite it being lower weight. It is made in the USA, and the Bumblebee DeWilt was made in. Now you can tell this is made in the USSA on account of lazy-eyed Eduardo being made head of the Stipper application department. The Jesus thing's on sidewards. Look at that. For frog snack. As the French say, de qu'est-ce que fuck? Just lift and tuck this out of the way. There's even a little rabbit here in order for the sticker to go on the right place. That is a stark reminder of what shitty, lackadaisical management gets. More worried about submitting their time off than making sure that the Jesus thing is built right. Speaking of ain't right, the astute amongst you will note that I broke the prime directive of bumblefuckery. That is, normally we fix it till it's fucked, but in this case, it worked a lot better than I thought it would, even in that not completely seasoned wood. See the resin picking up on it, but not on the blades. If I had to guess, I like this style too. Non-resharpenable. Like a machinist thing. It's got the 2 cutting edges, and when it's fucked, it's fucked. Some of them fellas like polishing their slicks. Hey, ain't nobody got time for that. Comes with a handy dandy squinch. 3 fasteners, and out she comes. It'll take a couple Phillips though too, apparently. Set these aside, lose them for later. Interesting affixation. That's the cutting edge there. Swappable. Just start to pick up
give you
a
2.
bit of resin. This is Kunstain Tongue Glide, the paragon of materials, which I believe it is. That resin will fuck you before anything else. I'm getting all choked up about it. Pardon me. Magnets, how do they work? Now that might just be the nickel binder. It is magnetic, but it might just be the nickel binder. Instead of cobalt, they're using quite a bit of nickel to bind those particles of ceramic tungsten carbide. We'll have to do some further testing, but we'll check the hardness with the onion test. Ken Onion, mind. That's tears you cry when you got to pay for one of his knives. Luckily, this was a gift. This is S30V steel.
Hey! All that.
Hard as a nail hammered Jesus' hand.
Always ahead of the curve, guys.
See that?
Huh.
Ah! Ever want to find a paper cut? Just get yourself some of this stuff. Tungsten carbide. Fantastic. Now, it doesn't have the cobalt binder. It doesn't seem to have very much cobalt binder, so it won't be as impact resistant as, you know, a drill bit or something like that.
It's scratching the knife. That means it's super fucking
Still
hard.
carbide. Still sharp. We're just getting rid of the resin for when we get her back together. The other nice thing about carbide, as an artifact of the manufacturer, which you don't get with HSS,
Better tweet that. Thanks for pointing that out.
is that these
I don't
have
normally
to be
watch the
ground
DVD Twitter.
with diamond. It means they got to be fairly accurate. So you get a better grind with carbide than you do with steel, because steel you can grind
is
any
it?
old way. The way this works for the depth of cut adjustment, here's the blade here. So that's going thinner.
14 hours ago.
Thicker. It shows, you see the difference in the plane here. Let's see. Let's get that out of the way. Something more like that. Under this little cover here, we got the pulleys. Serpentine, not a serpentine belt, but a V-groove pulley with looks like polyester threads through it and urethane, not rubber, but urethane. These pulleys, of course, are sintered metal and then cooked so that all the grains cook together. There's the basal platen, straight die cast aluminum, fly cut on the surface. You see a little programming error here, or maybe just an artifact of not giving any fucks. If you'd focus, thank you. He comes along here, squares this off nice, and then misses this little corner, and then comes in here and squares that off nice. You'd think it'd just come around, there'd be enough material there to cut the whole thing, but nay. And then a big old fly cutter just to get the surface. I'm not sure how this comes apart, but I intend to find out. Maybe you have to take the belt off first, but those pulleys, you'd think that would come right out of the bearing housing there. Come all as a one unit. Oh, that's it. Oh, should take the brushes out. Brushes. Brushes. Who amongst us have not split a brush clean half in two? Oh, and got to take this little valence off.
When he's pulling it apart, it's pulling basically the axle out of the center of the motor, and the brushes being on top of it end up, because they're like little magnets, just snap them or damage them.
Ta-da! Here we have the current embodiment of the stated.
The brushers run on this thing right here. Pretty sure it's this one. Yeah. They run on this guy right here. And like this little bearing here would have ended up hitting against it and maybe snapping it, because they're actually relatively brittle. Myers today? We might play Penis Face or Legion. Or Wraith. So, we'll see how our games go. This, by the way, so it's a motor and they balance it. These chunkers that are missing here are because when they balance the motor, so it doesn't wobble, because it's not going to be perfect. So when they go through and balance it, they take little pieces of metal off of it in order to balance it out when it spins.
Eddy currents and some wire. And we clearly see one of the typical failure modes of this tool, where it's pulling dirty air through the field, in through the fan, and the fan, with just a modicum of work, has already started plugging up with wood chips.
Oh, geez.
Very likely you'll let the smoke out of her because you'll get less cooling. The insulation will cook off of here, it'll fail, and then the magic blue smoke, what doesn't get back in. Now the other failure you might get is if you stall.
That was actually, yeah.
There is not a whole lot of torque that can be throughput that rubber band. And if you look at, it's about 2 to 1. So if this is running at 17,000 ripums on the cutting head, on the hog, then this has got to be running at 32,000. So there's lots of airflow there. But if you do stall this out, what they're relying on in order to not stall this out is the inertia of this rotating mass to actually cut and not stop, because there's not a whole lot of torque actually being transmit here. Certainly not enough torque on its own to cut a big sliver of wood. Pulleys themselves are heat shrunk interference fit on the shaft. The rotor, if I had to taste, we have 60-63 aluminum round extrusion, turned and then machined. Or no, that's an actual extrusion. You see that? That hasn't been machined. So that's been extruded this shape and then turned to the size on the OD, faced, quite roughly I might add, and then drill holes in order to get this dynamically balanced for 17,000 ripums. Got a ubiquitous and cheap shielded skateboard bearing, rollerblade bearing, 608Z, and another bearing, a sealed bearing. This would be a low rolling friction, quite a loose bearing, and we can see it's got rubber seals on there, or maybe Viton, and a UV shield in order to not eat away at that rubber. Of course, the arcing and sparking of the commutator bars has UV radiation, and it kills those seals in the bearing. Once the seals go, then it gets full of schmoo, and to devolve into technical parlance, no worky. Here's the field winding, the brush holders back there with the round insulators, and those are staked on, crimped on. That's good. There's no epoxy, so lots of cooling, but kind of rattling around. I would say this isn't a professional tool. This is either a home gamer or once in a while tool. If you were a professional car painter, I think that you'd get a heavier duty version of this, which they do make. I cannot foresee with the amount of shavings what get in there, this thing actually lasting. It just, you cook the cooling off it and the motor not long for this life. If you owned one and smoked one, please let me know in the doobly-doo if I'm correct or if I'm way off base. Here's the ka-chunk switch. It's nice that it does have a lock on. Somehow. This switch strikes me as quite low duty, but it is nice. There's no electronical bullshit. It is a ka-chunk switch, although the snap action is very, very mushy. Not like a nice Omron or a typical Japanese switch where you get the snap. This, yeah, not a nice real feeling switch, but here's the height adjustment here. It has a nicer detent, snappier detent than the switch, and the center of the bore, nice and beefy, and then it relies on the casement here to not wobble around too over much. Overall, I'd say this is more of a home gamer tool than a professional tool, as witnessed by the manufacturer, but it does work like a hot damn. So thanks for watching. Keep your dick in a vise. I guess I ought to put this back together so I can use it. Well, that's the question. Normally, I don't take it apart before I use it so that there's a little, you know, you never know if you get it back together, and that's part of the teardown process. If it's no fucking good at all, you'll never get it back together because the clamshell goes all sprung, cattywampus, and so forth.
I was going to say, you wouldn't know what you're missing out on, right? When you put it back together and it doesn't work quite right, you never knew if it worked quite right in the first place, right?
Okay. Hold on, I'll get this back together and we'll test it. Very straightforward, just about back together. If this thing gives up a ghost on you, if it smells like it's burnt and there's smoke billowing out of it, chances it's fucked. If you pull the trigger and nothing happens, check the brushes quickly. You'll be able to see if they're worn right down to nubs. This is a 454. You buy these anywheres. And you see that little line there? If it's worn out past there, it's worn plumb out. You need new brushes, not making good contact. The other thing you can do, of course, is get your...
Because some people will run it until it basically doesn't work anymore.
Probably working on it now. Doll hair.
It's like having a toothbrush with the blue line on it, so you can tell when you need to change the head.
Mess of tangled wires. Sticker like this. A sticker like this, you should have continuity there. And then you sticker like this, you should have no continuity. And when you pull the trigger, you ought to have continuity, but since there's no continuity, what's going on? Well, there's no brushes. Now we got the brushes installed. If it wasn't good, well, it's good. Oh, or maybe not. Huh. There you go. Just had to spin the brushes. 5.4 ohms you should get when it's working good. And if it's any value, you know, if it's 10 ohms or 12 ohms or something like that, you got high resistance, something going on in the motor or the switch. And if that's open circuit like that, chances are it's going to be your switch if you don't smell smoke.
Dude, look at all the fucking wood cake on the intake vent on the side of that. That thing would not last long. You'd have to keep chiseling it out, and people just, you know, especially if you're on a construction site, people just wouldn't do that. Yeah. So even if it works pretty good, it's probably not going to last very long. That must be from a long time ago. He usually doesn't do these like once per year now. Oxy River table. I've had one of those for years. I attached a filter mesh to the vents to catch the majority of the dust. I've had it apart a few times over the years and has worked like a champ. Tool stays cool and wood carcass stays out. A little sad, 2 decades later, Team Teal still hasn't figured out 5-cent improvement. Yeah, you could actually make a mesh that you could pull in and out easily if you wanted to. Mine has the older steel blades and I honestly prefer those. I can sharpen mine. Yeah, no. That's okay, I don't need to sharpen blades. I'll buy some new blades that are perfectly done. That's fine. Maybe if you used it to fuckload, maybe then it'd make sense for you. But paying like $10 for like 5 of them or something, 6 of them, 5, 4, probably not. Bink Buster. What time is it? Let's do... We'll leave a critical drinker for tomorrow. Let's do the B1M. Oh, God.
When you think of football stadiums today, you'll probably think of huge crowds in Europe or Brazil. Or if you're American, maybe you're thinking of something like this. But the birthplace of football, or soccer, is actually right here in China, and it's about to get a 21st century makeover. The Xi'an International Football Center is unlike anything you've seen before, blending traditional Chinese architecture with a futuristic parametric design to create something that's almost space age.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Set to complete in 2023, the new complex will be ready just in time to host the AFC Asian Cup. But this is more than just a stadium. It's a new landmark in an historic
Hell, you realize it's in
city
China and it's probably going to fall
that
apart
could change its
and kill people.
trajectory.
But otherwise, pretty cool.
More than 2,300 years ago, the Chinese invented a kickball game called Suju, played by rich young men, professional footballers, and even emperors. It wasn't quite the game we know today, but in 2004, FIFA, the leading football organisation, officially acknowledged that the origin of the sport started with Suju in China. Fast forward to today, and China's only ever competed in one World Cup, but if its current stadium building spree is any indication of where it could be headed, then there are big ambitions ahead. The Guangzhou Evergrande, Dalian Barracuda Bay, Xiamen Egret and Kushan Football Stadium were all built recently. But one of the most impressive venues is rising right here in Xi'an, one of the oldest cities in China. This region was home to some of the nation's most important dynasties and was the starting point for the Silk Road. Today, it's one of China's most popular tourist destinations, touting the Terracotta Warriors and Bell Tower. Over the last few decades, it's become an economic powerhouse for the region, producing everything from planes to electronics and processed foods. In 2014, a brand new region was established called the Xi'an New Area. It's made up of 5 new cities that are meant to serve as a model for innovative urban development. Essentially, it's part of China's effort to modernize its western region by bringing in new businesses, research and development, and yes, football. Fendong New District is home to roughly 9 million people and 2 professional football teams. And pretty soon it'll be welcoming 60,000 people to watch the biggest football tournament in Asia. In a city known for ancient history, the Xi'an International Football Center is distinctly original. Zaha Hadid architects used algorithms and digital tools like Unreal Engine to model what the structure will look like and understand
Unreal
how it
Engine
will
in
react to
architecture.
climate before it's even built.
It's good stuff,
The
guys.
sweeping lines of the stadium's facade are designed to protect the building from winds from the north. The fluid roof design was made with Xi'an's hot summer climate in mind. The structure is made up of a tensioned cable net, topped with a translucent membrane over the seating area. Because it's so light, the roof uses less material than would normally be needed to build something like this. The clear overhang protects spectators from rain and direct sunlight while allowing some natural light to still flow in. That's pretty key if you want to have a decent grass pitch. Now, we've all had the experience of buying a ticket for a match only to have an obstructed view. But here, the geometry of the seating area was designed digitally.
Have we all had that
All
experience?
60,000 seats can see the action. The team performed a sightline analysis on a digital model of the stadium that allowed them to calculate the aspect ratio of the pitch to the viewer from each seat in the stadium.
Nice.
This football centre couldn't be built without digital technology. What you're looking at right now aren't just any old renders. They're powered by Epic Games' Unreal Engine, one of the most advanced bits of software in the world. The same engine used by video game developers is now being used by some of the best architects on our planet, and the results speak for themselves. While some stadiums are left to be abandoned after they host their main event, the Shan Stadium is designed to far outlive the 2023 Asian Cup. There are training fields for local teams and the next generation of footballers, and with room for 60,000 people, it'll be home to both domestic and international football matches long into the future. But it's not all about sport. The new complex will be accessible from Xi'an's expanding metro network, which means if you buy a metro stop, it shouldn't take you more than half an hour to get there. With plazas and restaurants on the ground level, it'll be open to the public during the day, and when there's not a match on, the centre will host different cultural events and performances. Shan Stadium is a stunning mix of old and new, and with a vision that stretches far beyond football, it's pushing the boundaries of what a stadium can be. This video was made possible by Epic Games. You can learn more about
sponsored a video?
architecture industries on using Unreal Engine and download it for free at the link below. And
I guess,
always, if you enjoyed this video,
I mean, that's one way to diversify. You wouldn't think video games and construction would have two things in common, right? And it turns out they do. That's actually pretty cool. Pretty cool, guys. Love the B1M. Not everyone's cup of tea, but actually very interesting from around the world. Different things that they're doing to improve architecture. That's a really cool stadium. Also like the lighting on it. Definitely futuristic. It's pretty cool shit. Let's take a look at the Reddits here, guys, and then we're going to move into the dibs. That's why you should never ever trust a Mercy. Because they can't do their job? Oh. It's I believe a dragon from a Hanzo. That's hilarious. Good comms, good comms, good comms. Feels like they're playing Dead by Daylight every day. Never trust survivors, guys. Good comms, good comms. Good coordination, good comms. Okay. AMD Reddits. What do we got? One video cards, don't care. Console killer, I still don't know why that's a post. DVD Reddits. What do we got, guys? Oh. Lovely. Uh-huh. Show parent. Mm-hmm. Oh, -4. Endurance meta is countered completely if you keep the survivor on first hook. And don't go to phase 2. It's not. You still get hit when you get off the hook. It's no different than going phase 2 prior. Downvote because you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I also suspect MMR is messed up. Also suspect MMR is messed up. Good, good, good. Alrighty, duty Reddits. Prerequisite of arguing anything in DVD. I play both sides. Nah. Green with survivors. And get downvoted, that's okay. It's a survivor-centric Reddit, so yeah. I'll insert it. My big girthy comment. Best counter to long gen speeds, 10 extra seconds is long gen speeds. That's my killer 4 times in a row. Web PP. Usually when you save a photo you can set the type. Unless it's just started. Sometimes they're actually just... Never had that problem. If the photo is .webpp. I've never even heard of WebP. 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 The reality of the new update. Oh, spoiler. I'll probably get a substantial amount of hate for this post. Oh, is it killer-sided or survivor-sided? If it's survivor-sided, he's just setting the mood for people to support him. If it's killer-sided, maybe. I consistently play both sides. Oh, of course you do. What used to be average survivors are now learning that their skill set is in fact below average. If you suddenly loop a killer without dead hard, the reality is you're never good at looping before. It's totally, dead hard still works if you can time it. It still totally works. I've seen people consistently use it. You just actually have to be good to use it now. Yeah. Prevalent. 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 All browsers now save or display as WP for most sites for less data. What? You mean just like saving the web page? I need to find a photo to open. Oh my god, it is WebP. Is that a Chrome thing? It's a Reddit thing? Really weird. If you you open it in its own page, it displays as WebP, but then if you open it, it goes to the actually full-size image. These chases are fun, okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's play some Gamaz, guys. Ah. We'll get WebP sometimes. I've never seen that before. Interesting. I need to, yes, let's do that right now. I need to reset my INI file. Otherwise, it's gonna keep giving me the same fucking shit every time I open the game. Config, Windows, no other. Game user settings. Okay. Copy paste. Restart Dead by Daylight. Ready. Yeah. Good. Wow. It's like right when I change games, people show up. Fucking weird. They don't want to listen to me talk, guys. They just want to watch me play games. I feel so used. I feel so used. Okay. 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 God, fuck off, Bing Chrome. Don't use our search engine, please. No, fuck off, Bing. Bing, you suck dick. Not in a good way either. Okay. I sense that. Yeah. Well, I mean, your usefulness only happens in games, so. It's true. It's true. You are only useful in game. Let's see. But I'm also going to go use the bathroom real quick. Get rid of the shit. It's all gone. This fucking beta option still fucking pops up. Okay. Alright guys, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back in a little bit. BRB. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, guys. What sort of games are we going to get tonight, guys? We'll find out here in a second. Good. We're going to start playing some Nemesis. So my theory was that they reset MMR with the new patch, and as such, everyone's at starter MMR, which I suggested is probably around 1200 or 1400, the low being 850 and the highest being 1950. And as such, it's going to take a little bit for people to bubble up and down the MMR and get realigned with where they actually are. Did you play any games today, KSA? How'd your games go? And yesterday, it seemed like we actually started getting into some games just playing against high MMR squads. We had 2 cheat lobbies. One was targeted for sure, and the other one just felt like we ran into a random cheat lobby. So, we'll see how our games go tonight, guys. I was watching some other streamers play, and like they're just literally just like steamrolling. Like Hexy, I watched Hexy play for a bit. There's just like no one to watch. I watched Hexy play for a bit. He's not that good at the game, but he just plays against people that just seem to not fucking know what they're doing. Like when you just randomly chase people and hit them, it seems very lackluster. I don't know what's going on. You didn't? Okay. We'll see what kind of games we get though. Let's put on our shit build. And prestiging is going to be fucking horrible, so hopefully my add-ons last for a while. They aren't going to last that long. We have plenty of bracelets, but we don't really, for aggro zombies, but we don't have any speed eyeballs. We got a couple, but that's it. Oh, excuse me. God. When you sneeze and turn your head, guys, and still somehow you fucking spray your monitor, oh, jeez. It bugs me. Got a wait time for killer already. That's curious. There was no wait time yesterday. Up until about 2 in the morning, I think it was. Curiously, let's take a look and see how long the wait time is for Survivor. Instant for Survivor. I'm not going to play Survivor, by the way. I have no interest in playing Survivor. Almost instant. That's weird. This is the first time in basically forever that I've had a wait time for killer. With that being said, we also basically 4K'd all of our games yesterday except for one, so... Let's see how long the queue takes. 3 minutes, we're still fine. Yesterday, there was survivors playing like all the fucking time. They had the incentive bonus going forever, though, too. So that could have been part of it. Ah, good. Fuck blood webs in the ass forever. Level 17 blood web, guys. We have basically half of a level 50 blood web to work with. Yikes. I do need to repaste my GPU. Someday I'll do that. Like, it's not so bad that I'm throttling hard, but Like you can see I'm close to, well, I'm sitting at basically 100% utilization and it's throttling a little bit. I should be sitting at about 1800 megahertz or 1850, excuse me, and instead I'm sitting at about 1770. So it's throttling a little bit. My GPU have a cooler? Yeah, it does. I hope so. We actually have a wait time tonight. That's weird. We're going to wait for 3 minutes, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to do some finagling, and we might have a faster queue. So if we're getting a wait time already at 12, that's pretty ridiculous. That was 3 minutes, about. And before we get to comp lobby. All globes, and they all have random numbers in their name. What? What does it mean when they have random numbers in their name? Like at the end of their name. They all have random numbers at the end of their name. Like they're fake names. We're gonna dodge this. Yeah, once again it needs to be repaced. So your paste on your GPU can actually dry out, and then it'll lead to increased temps. Not that your GPU is gonna explode or anything, but it's not gonna cool as well. This is what's happening with mine. Good, good, good. Yeah, mine is a pretty big cooler. I have a 2080. EVGA probably makes one of the better GPUs, although they're also the ones that had the problems with with New World when 3000 series were having problems with their capacitor. They're called the capacitors on the back of the cards where they're burning out. That was purely because there's a hardware problem. New World, by the way, didn't fry cards. The cards were defective to begin with. It's just no one tests them and they don't realize that it has a problem. By the way, that's also when BHVR added the soft cap, the 120 FPS soft cap into DBD, was when that happened. Was with New World last year. I guess they were freaking out about people being liable for frying video cards or something stupid. I don't know. But that's when they added the 120 FPS soft cap. That was New World. That was last year in August. Unless there's something new. But it's basically the GP. It's one of the few games that was so graphically intensive it actually stressed hardware. Which isn't a bad thing, by the way. That's actually good. Because it means the game's very modern. And then, consequently, there's a bad batch of 3080s and 90s that were made back when they released. And it was causing them to pop. And all they have to do is arm it. Last month? I haven't heard anything recent. Mm-hmm. Let's see. There's always been crypto mining, though. That's been a thing for a while. That'll stress the shit out of your video card. But yeah, if you play a game and it runs your GPU at 100% and it explodes, that means you had a faulty GPU to begin with. Yeah, that's not the game's fault. That means you got a faulty product, you never tested it, and you've just been running on a faulty product. So it's never stressed properly. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, and I thought it was absolutely silly that people were blaming the game. Because the issue with the 3000 series has been around since it launched in 2020. Yeah, that's because their GPUs sucked. They were defective. They issued RMM. There's little capacitors or resistors on the back of the card. I forgot the name of them, and there's problems with them when they first came out. Eventually got ironed out, but there's still plenty of them in the wild, so. That's like, what, 1 minute queue? So, as I mentioned yesterday, it's kind of weird that we seemingly get different games than other people. In this lobby, we have 4 identical players running identical skins. Yeah. Uh-huh. See if we can find a vac ban in here real quick. Oh, there's a weeb. I'm not going to go through the names because we don't have enough time. Huh? Oh god, stop. Close. Kill them all? No, I'm not playing that. Beamer. Yep. Yeah. Yes, it is. One of them is Canadian, they must be good. No. That's not the way that works. Yeah, no, I'm okay not playing against that. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, no. There's a couple of red lights that went off there, and I don't need to deal with that, so I'm not going to. I need to keep track of queue time. 30 seconds, so 33. We might not have options. That's kind of like the shitty thing is if I run into a place where we have long queue times, then re-queuing is just going to be a huge pain in the ass. Not good. That's about a minute queue. Not super horrible. Oh. And I didn't fucking hide the screen. And it looks like we got a TTV anyways. What kind of username is that? Kind of the interesting thing is you can see when players are playing a account with no levels on it, because it shows you their level now. So you can tell basically when it's a fresh account or it's someone new. And this is a private account with fresh characters, so we're going to leave. Also has a graph of a destruction of a thermonuclear weapon on his profile picture for some reason. Like, you know, if you ever see those blast radiuses of nuclear devices and they show the overlap on it? Yeah. Upload my highlights to YouTube? I should. I really should do that. I don't do that. I really should do that. You are completely correct. I saw you on YouTube. Aha, aha. I mean, we already get people stream sniping me. I'm trying to get in my games and cheater lobbies, so I don't know if I mean, it definitely can get worse, but maybe it won't get worse. Last night's queues were like 20 seconds. They're like normal queues. Tonight's queues are not fast. And it's not like there aren't people playing right now, by the way, because there definitely are. So there's just more people playing Killer. So if you look at Steam charts, which I didn't show you guys yesterday, but you quickly look at Steam charts. After the patch, the game has gained about 10,000 people, from like 43 to now 53-ish. Yeah, prior to patch, I don't know if it shows you average per day. I gained about an extra 10k people per day, which isn't much. I mean, it increases things by about 20%, but most of it was yesterday. Another minute queue, 2 minutes maybe. TV. And a crass name. Crass game. Hope you guys are enjoying the Q stream. Sure, there's something to do with like the amount of snipers you get too. I don't think like I've never actually streamed for money, and that's not like a cop-out, mainly because I can't make money, so there's really no reason for me to stream for money. Occasionally I get subs and donations, but yeah, not anything I'd consider income. Someday I'll be a big streamer too, guys. Just you wait and see. Wait and see, guys. I'll be a big streamer someday. 10 years later, still here. Someday I'll be a big streamer, guys. Just you wait and see. Went up, and then I went up, and then I went down, up, and then I went down, and I went down, down. And then kind of a little bit up, but kind of where I am. Yeah? Oh, it's exciting. This is the Q game. You have to learn to enjoy the Q. That's really how you figure this out. Can they dodge Aram? Like, can you go to like the screen where you figure out who your hero is and just quit? That'd be obnoxious. Do they give you a fixed pool for Aram now? I remember back when I played, basically you could make an alt account with just the heroes you wanted to play. And as such, you would only, like, you have a select pool that just works really well in it. Wow. That's pretty obnoxious. That's not, that's just AM. That's just all mid. That's not all random all mid. Sometimes there's weird shit I remember where you just get into a queue with people that just tried to harass you by just declining queues. So you just constantly get in a queue with people that decline queues. And there's, if I remember right, there's no cooldown on that, so you could get, like, it felt like you're always getting the same fuck that always declines queues. Over and over and over again. And TTV, that's live. Maybe we'll just go with this regardless. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go with this. Fuck the TTV. Why ping so high? Mainly because we haven't played a game yet and I've been sitting here for like 20 minutes. Yeah, it definitely feels like with Aram, there should just be like a set like pool of heroes each week that you can play. And whether or not you own them or not, it's up to you. Yeah. Fuck the TTV. We're just gonna play one. I feel bad because it's a chick, too. Kind of feel bad. Just wait for them to fall on the sword for her, guys. It'll happen. Don't worry. Grim Pantry, very fast load times considering two of these guys were globes, so this might be a complete pre-made. Cool. And came off for our first game. Probably main building. They also like doing platform. Fast. Gonna run long window. Okay. Okay. Felt like this should have hit. Running long window, guys. Lots of distance, guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's cheating. We're gonna leave. I'm done here. He seems fast as well. Okay. You knew the window was there. There's two. Pretty sure we got a cheat lobby again, guys. Other guy's gonna come back. Yeah. So, it's kind of weird how our games are different. Maybe we have to do a name change again. Seems like we're getting some weird-ass games here, guys. Yeah. No. No. That's pretty weird here, guys. Pretty fucking weird. This is the best spot. Okay. And they just let him hang. I saw scratch marks back here. And tap. Alright. So who was the chick I played? That was Meg earlier. DS now if he has it. No DS. Okay. And then we went against Dwight, I think it was. Another gen that's close to being 99. All the guys across the map. This guy might come out of the shack and go for unhook real quick. Yes. Good. Beat these up. Nope. Nope. And dead. Okay, you might have power struggle. Okay. Let's see, we do have a hook up here. This is exactly where we want to go. Okay. Like the double back. No. Guy's not ready to be picked up though. Okay. Nope. And you fuck the pooch again. No, no. Reset. Egg, I'm very certain is cheating, as I mentioned already. Wait for phase 2. Yep. Tap. Probably coming back for unhook. Yeah, Meg. That should have hit. Up. DS now if he has it. She might. His friends forsake him? No, no DS. Let's see. Hey look, they know exactly where the fucking hook is. Isn't that fucking fantastic, guys? I don't think I'll be able to reach hook. Yeah, I can't reach this. Next one. Just barely. Knew exactly where the hook was and where we're going, guys. It's 100% a cheat lobby, by the way. We tried to filter this. Push him into zombie. Okay. Oh, fuck off. We actually have kill dungeon here. I didn't even notice that, guys. Unbelievable. Well, that's the trick. You just have to W key. I felt like I should have hit. A little bit ambitious though. And he fucked the pooch on that one. W key long window. This is what happens when they're cheating, guys. Got W key. Only way around it. Just go until it closes. No, we're just gonna push you down. Drop it. Yeah. Hey, look, you guys. He stabbed with that before I could even unhook him. Isn't that amazing? We're gonna drop him. 100% cheat lobby. That was a Dwight, I believe, for the Jake from earlier in the match. The Meg and the Jake are cheating. Go. Go after him again. Just a forced timer. Once again, he knows this window's here. And down. But I know it's there now, too. I guess he must have scouted this structure earlier in the match, so he knows he's a knower. Now we have time to chase you, Meg. He's going to run window loop for me for 3 times until it closes. Okay. Oh. There's a door here. I didn't know about that. Oh. Yeah. W key window loop, guys. This is what happens when you're cheating. You just run W key window loop. And we aren't in chase with her despite being in chase with her. So the window's not going to close despite being in chase with her. There we go. Running 3 times. There's no way to catch up to her because she's using a speed hack. Now she actually has to play a loop. Nope. Left. No. Yep. She's 100% using speed hack here, guys. Whoop. There we go. Yep. Beautiful whip drag. Fuck off, you cheating piece of shit. Jesus fucking Christ. We're gonna bleed the other guy out. I don't fucking care at this point. Fuck that shit. Who do we have? It is Meg and the Jake. Yeah. This is 100% speed hack, by the way. Turns faster than normal and runs faster than normal. It's probably about 107, 108%. If this was a normal strategy to go up and do long windows, I've mentioned this before, when people cheat, guys, and they know they can't loop, they'll always do long windows. If long windows were a viable strategy and you could run them 3 times without them closing, everyone would run long windows. Everyone and their mom would run long windows. And the reason for that is because it's very easy to do, right? That wasn't even the fast vault direction. Fast vault is the other way. That was slow vault direction. Unless you go wide on it. That was slow vault direction. Because once again, this is a cheater and it doesn't fucking matter. I didn't even look to see if she's getting fast vaults when she shouldn't have. Now she's going to comp corner to fuck off. Actually, it doesn't matter because there's a hook right here. Nope. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, so like I mentioned before, like we were going through lobbies and there's a reason for it. Yeah, and then we just got a cheat lobby right off the bat. Well, not 2 of them were cheating. Unbelievable. Dwight was also cheating, but wasn't running as fast as that Meg was. Fuck off. Was it? Actually, I don't know if I should check with you guys. That was 100% a speed hacker. You're getting wrecked in every game. Yeah, it's kind of like we have a little bit different games, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't even the fast vault direction. That was the opposite direction of fast vault. There's one other one. What am I missing? Oh, half. Yeah, and the reason that's actually a big deal is because you need the chase to start for you to close windows. Yeah, girthy lose streak? Oh my. I've heard solo survivor queues are pretty bad right now, and then the Jake is also cheating. Oh, it must have been Dark Theory, guys. That's why she's running so fast. Yeah, so the Dark Theory was down there by the generator. They never fucking looped around that generator. Dark Theory is always used as a way of covering up. The only time it's ever used is as a way of covering up speed hacks. Subtle speed hacks. That's the only time it's ever used. It does absolutely nothing otherwise, which is why no one runs it. Or the players aren't very good, and they don't know that Dark Theory is not good. What do you call that? Okay. Yeah, so right off the bat I was going to dodge this lobby, and then I didn't. I don't know, guys. It's pretty fucking weird. Pretty fucking weird. I guess maybe if I just randomized my hooks and went for 8 hook states, that would have turned out better. No way. So maybe we're just getting into cheat lobbies on top of the normal shit that's doing. Let's do some stuff in the background here, guys. 1 second. Something's going on here. That was a very sweaty lobby. 2 of those guys were normal, and 2 of those guys were definitely not normal. Which is why we saved him for the end, by the way, if you guys missed that. Well, you can't run long window loops. It doesn't work. You run it maybe 1 loop and a half, and they'll catch you. That's why people don't run it. Long window loops, they don't run them. Not 3 times until the window closes. We didn't even get bloodlust, by the way. Looks like something changed. It said they fixed it. It looks like something changed in the background here. That wasn't long vault, and she wasn't go. Let's actually, curiously, guys, let's take a look at this real quick. She was getting fast vaults. Something I don't keep track of very well is whether or not people get fast vaults when they shouldn't. By the way, there's no more resilience and spine chill bullshit with vaulting faster than normal. Actually, resilience I think still does it. Yeah. Second, guys. I don't know what I'm talking about, dude. I'm talking about where the fast... you have to have a certain angle in order to fast vault. If you're not head-on the window, you won't get a fast vault. Yeah. It's like a 35-degree angle away from the window. Which is why you run people the opposite direction. You run them... When they go straight on the window, that's when you get fast vault. Which is what you're supposed to prevent. Jesus. There. Is this before or after the windows? Oh. And we aren't in chase with her. Chase with her. So the window's not going to right here. Close. And tell, that is definitely not a fast vault angle. You have to go actually like this to get a fast vault. Chase with her. There we go. When people fast vault, they lift their leg up when they go over, and when they do a slow vault, they touch the leg to the top of the window, which is even slower, so you get even less distance out of it. 3 times? It's almost twice as long. Uh-huh. There's no way to catch up to her, because she's using a speed hack. Now she actually has to play a loop. Go for the 3rd one. Uh-huh. Nope. Left. Like, I'm trying for whips, not these. No. These are just like RNG whips. I was trying for whips on the side of the thing, because if when you go around the side and you know the certain distance between you and someone else, you can figure out whether or not the whip's going to connect or not. I want to look at the windows, though. Okay. So neither of those were fast vaults. You could see her her leg touch the windowsill when she went over the top of it. Good. Mm-hmm. Hang on, guys. This might take a little bit. Again. Maybe they instituted a different form of MMR, like, than they originally had in the game. The original form of MMR was very cryptic, and you get a very much set up certain amount of points, where SBMM or an MMR system in a competitive ladder will award you a weighted amount of MMR depending on their system they use, depending on the level of the people you, like the ELO of the people you beat. ELO or MMR are the people you beat. DBD doesn't do that. It just gives you a set amount per hit, or per win or loss. Hmm. Good. I mean, we're just playing the waiting game right now. I wonder if there's a way I can actually show you. Hmm. Normally, queue times are so fast, this isn't an issue. Got memers. And a fake TTV. Okay. See how this one goes. Good, guys. Well, happy Wednesdays. As I mentioned before, we might have to wait on this. Now, like, tonight, last night wasn't really that horrible, because we could dodge our lobbies, but tonight, like, the queue times are longer than normal. So we dodge multiple games in the row, it takes even longer. Maybe that just means we won't stream past 2. But it also might mean that I should take a break, and even though it's like, I don't want to take a break, I should take a break and play something else for like a week or 2. Until the queues and the bullshit gets sorted out. Do a single-player playthrough of some game. Like Oxy. I don't remember starting outside ever. That's really weird. Sprint burst. It's not sprint burst. Buddy. This too. Did you wait for me? She did wait for me. What a nice guy. You notice anything different about how fast we catch up to these guys? Do you notice anything different already right off the bat, guys? Because I sure fucking do. But maybe I'm just being paranoid. I'm actually theorizing that it might just be some sort of complicated plan to get, Casey's trying to brainwash me to get me, or gaslight me to get me to play, Oxy. Here's our totem, too. Excuse me. Oh. Let's double back now. Untap that. I just counted 17 seconds in my head, I guess, off the record. Huge waste of time. No. There we go. Buddy. DS now. She can't reach that. No DS. Got a lovely spot over here by this generator. Just for you, Meg. Ah, that is beautiful, zombie. Good job. Yeah, what was the last one we played? No, I guess we played Fortnite. That wasn't the last one. Go for an unhook. No, you didn't. Huh? You guys show up? No. That wants me to follow her. There it is. Oh, jeez, Steven. Off the record. That was not the plan. I think she tried to pull the pallet with her controller and failed. Let's go back. That. Hi. The fuck? Beautiful. Looking for Michaela, because that would have been a much better chase. Can't make that. Bye. Guess she had Dead Hard and she was waiting for me to use it. Okay. Michaela wanted my attention. She dropped down by me. She wanted my attention for some reason. I don't know why, though. Okay. That was close. Trying to get a hook around the gen. The other hook is in the other room. Hey, buddy. Good sprint burst. Okay. Other guy's going for rescue now. There he is. Fuck. I should have hit Steven first. How the fuck did she was directing right next to the zombie, DS? She was right next to the zombie, guys? How the fuck was she right next to the zombie? And let's actually just go right here. And the zombie was turning like Steven was right in front of him, but obviously wasn't right there. Okay. Oh, you fucked up big time. Not to play. Think she saved DS? Probably not. All the survivors have told everyone to stop running it, so... Survivor streamers. Yeah, so the Steven was next to the zombie. You could see the zombie spinning, but like he was aggroed right on top of him. But he was downstairs in the basement. And I'm pretty sure we saw scratch marks outside too. Not exactly sure what that means. That's kind of fucking weird. Obviously they have a shadow step here, which we're gonna get rid of right now. God. And they put these fucking chairs here just to fuck with killers, by the way. They do shit like that, so you have to be in an exact spot to waste time as killer. We want to chase, so maybe we shouldn't chase her. What the fuck is she doing? I guess she doesn't even know. He just tried to go for that window. What? What? She was trying to vault the window across the way. Even it. Possibly on the 3-gen. There he is. Or I just heard a lever flick. I'm very certain I heard a lever flick when I went over there just now. Steven might be sus. Reset the zombie and double back. He's literally stuck in the open. Yeah. Pick up then? Might just be hiding for hatch play. Pick up. We're gonna chase Steven if we see him. New pain? What's that? Go back. Mark him so he makes more sound. He seems fast. What are you doing? The fuck is that shit? And she put down the totem probably in exactly the same spot. Which probably means she's using it for a heal. Not. Healed. Annoying. Pick up. There she is. There's pickup. Steven's still over here. Okay. A pretty shitty spot. Steven just healed. Pretty sure he's still over here. Went to right to the gen, which is probably fully regressed now. Hey, look, he's literally fucking right over there. Good. He's gonna W key now. Going for pickup. Oh, go for it. Oh my my god, fucking sprint burst. I should have went for the Steven. He's gonna go for the fucking window thing again? Oh. Yeah. The one for Steven, he has more bleed time too. Or just heard him breathing. That's unfortunate. RNG for Hatch. Nope, there he is. RNG, guys. What's it gonna be? Yeah. After all that, all you had to do was run in a straight line. What the fuck is that shit? All you had to do is run in a straight line, guys. Good. The League community is wholesome and welcoming. Nobody's ever rude, toxic. It's always a good time. Is it sarcasm or not? It used to be very toxic. This game's definitely not like that, so. This is the Wild West. Good stuff. Alrighty. Yep. 4K bad. Easy killer. We have... There's a borrowed time. Do we have any? There's off the record. There's off the record. So we have 2 off the records and a BT. This is the one thing that fucks you up. I always camp in tunnel. Baby killers are the ones that are whipped by survivors. Imagine thinking for yourself and doing what helps you win. $4K ooh. What does ooh even mean? It's just like a cute thing people say, isn't it? Yeah. Various warm, happy, affectionable feelings. Yeah. And those, by the way, those guys wanted to win too, that's why they did that. So we have 2 off the records. As I mentioned before, it was kind of weird that we weren't seeing off the records. This should be very common. People still running borrowed time that fucks with you. So, like, maybe instead of waiting for borrowed time, what I should do is I should wait for the 6 seconds off the hook before hitting. So I'll automatically wait for BT, but not so long as to wait for borrowed time, and then it'll cover both off the record and BT. Because waiting 18 seconds, well, counted 18 seconds in my mind is too long. In a chase, it takes too much time. When they could be running off the record, which is going to last for 80 seconds, there's no way to outlast it. Seven seconds. Renewal. I mentioned this before, I'm pretty sure renewal is going to become more common. Didn't actually get her anything in chase. Oh, renewal is going to be common with endurance stacking. There's no endurance stacking anymore, so maybe not. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just what I said. Yeah. Going through the steps, dude. It looks like people are still running BT, and obviously off the record is going to become meta. Almost fucked the pooch though when I went for the hit on the Michaela. I should have remembered that she had sprint burst and I didn't. Okay, I'm going to take a piss real quick, guys. I will be right back. Well, it's not whether or not you have to try options, dude. That's That's how you go through methodical process in order to figure things out, not just go, oh, you know, this is going to happen this way, you know, hypothesizing and making assumptions. You're back. We still aren't seeing many lucky breaks, which I said was probably going to become meta as well. But as I mentioned, it's probably going to take a while before people to figure things out, or maybe for the MMR to shake out, because there's people at low MMR that think things work when they don't. And higher MMR is a little bit different. We're still seeing borrowed times. Learn. You said borrowed time was going to disappear too, and it's still around. So, yeah. But I suspect that... I don't know why people say distortion's a good idea. Aura reading perks aren't really that powerful. I mean, they're nice, but it's not something that you really need. There's a lot of people that are obsessed with distortion. Distortion only affects aura reading. Whereas off the record affects your bleeds, scratch marks, everything. I think even grunts of pain. Not off the record, lucky break. No, it's just pulls the blood and scratch marks. Distortion have anything else? I know you can refill distortion now. But I think it's just aura reading, isn't it? Yeah, it's just aura reading. Aura reading, and you'll not leave scratch marks for 10 seconds. Every 30 seconds within the killer's terror radius, distortion gains 1 token back. That's pretty annoying too. But it still has blood pools, which is how I track people with... Shadow Step anyways. Hello, good night. Have a nice night, dude. Or are you saying, hello, it's a good night? Or are you just stopping by to say hello and then you're going tonight? Good night. TV. Doesn't stream. Last time they streamed was a year ago. I see. No? We might have someone that has clan tags. I don't think so, though. But whenever I think they aren't clan tags, they turn out to be clan tags. Okay. Your mom's pregnant. Also, keep things in English, dude. Ask away. I don't know everyone's language, and I can't police it. Or know how to speak it. From the Legion, you mean... what? You mean Legion the character or Legion the TV show? I just have a default character. I don't have any of the special characters from Legion. Yeah, Iron Will. Not as useful as it used to be. Makes me wonder, we had that one guy yesterday that was hiding in the corner. So when you're cheating, you can put on as many perks as you want, if you guys aren't aware, and it doesn't necessarily show up in the end game. It makes you wonder if they actually turned on Iron Will. Because I said it sounded like that Iron Will, because their grunts of pain were very, very quiet. Tuck door down. 2. Push her, she's fast. Hey, buddy. That's random. That's not who we were chasing. Bye. Another guy right over here. Yep. Okay. Okay. I have a speed hacker here, guys. I said she was fast. I was hoping to just get a quick whip and then trade off with someone else. Oh my god. No. I think we're gonna chase someone else. I'm pretty sure she's speed hacking. No one. Sprint burst. I'm still outside of my range. I have to do that. When people have sprint burst, you have time to hit them, and I didn't even go for that. He's much slower than she is, so it's good. Fucking up too. Why'd you click in me? You got dead hard? Yep. Okay. Got me good. I wonder if he thought I needed to whip him, because I don't. So. Who is that? That's Lori? Yeah, that's Lori. We're going to save her for the end of the match. If we can. We want to reset this guy. This is super fucking far away. There's no way. We just have to go for it. Keep back. He's gonna go for unhook now. Yeah. Very fast. Sprint burst. Static scratch marks. Long window jumps. Yeah. Hit this? I can. Beautiful. Pretty sure we got our cheat lobby again, guys. Huh? You guys are doing a fucking terrible job at body blocking. I don't know why they're even attempting this. Uh-huh. Gonna cam off, guys. Yep. We definitely got a cheat lobby again. Gotta keep chasing. 100% cheat lobby again, guys. Like, they're even like, all they're doing is coming around to like change the sound. Oh my god. 100% cheat lobby. Holy fucking shit. Obnoxious as fucking shit. Yeah, I'm not really interested in playing Legion. Normally I play Legion. Right now we're playing the killer that I'm good at, so... Yeah. This is another cheat lobby for sure, guys. I think we're gonna try and bait and unhook. This is taking too much time. That took way, way too fucking long. Just leaving them. I'm pretty sure this is another stream snipe lobby, guys. This is a cheat lobby. We're gonna wait on it. I already have a build, anti-pellet build, so not really a big deal. No pull. They're even body blocking property. Got a W key. Now you're just going for long window vaults again? Yeah, this is 100% a cheat lobby. As I mentioned, guys, when people are cheating, they always... She's catching up to him. She's going faster than he is. Yeah, he's fucking terrible, too, on top of it. Holy fucking shit, he's bad. DS, if he has it. No, he's too good for that. That. Unbelievable. The fucking, who is that? Youngjin was running faster than the ace just now to catch up to him. You guys missed that and started bumping into the back of him. Yeah. Scratch marks. Her friend just went in to cap the gen. Cap the gen, excuse me. You just going to do a long window loop? No. Other long window. Got a hit. Another cheat. W key. Drop. He's 100% cheating as well. That's probably a 107% speed hack, I'd say. And unlike the other guy before, this guy actually tried to run loops, but still W key, primarily W key, and windows. First guy abused the long window loops as much as he possibly could. Maybe 15%. So Youngjin's cheating, Lori's cheating, the ace is cheating, and this guy's fucking cheating, although he toggled on after we started chasing him. Good shit. I would not be surprised when the gens pop that we won't actually see Noed because I cleansed all my totems. It's another cheat lobby, guys. So, shenanigans lasted all of... Trying to body block me. Nope. You fucked up, bitch. Your turn. Yep, keep going. Nope. And they fucked the pooch, because these guys aren't actually good, they're just cheating, so. We're gonna wait for the guy behind me to die. Fuck off. Almost no one runs Unbreakable right now. Oh, for some strange reason he killed himself. That was not the play. Guys literally just comes in and out instantly. Let's go tap the gen. Pretty sure they're hiding over here and we'll start regression play. Once again, it's a cheat lobby, so could be they're just going to teleport around too. They're just going to run inside, that's fine. No blood pools or anything, guys, to follow. That guy's just going to somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I don't give a shit. Fuck off, dude. Fucking cheat lobby, guys. And a heal, so the guy was in front of him but not leaving blood pools. I'm sure they have a perk for it. Once again, game should have 20-minute time limits, guys, after which point endgame collapse should start. Hatch should not open under any circumstance, and they're still required to finish the gens. You fuck up in the lobby, it's not my fault. I should not be punished for your shittiness. And by the way, most games are 8 to 10 minutes, so. There's a 4-man too, for sure, so. Hey, look, guys, somehow snuck around the side of me and got to the gen. Wow. That's weird. She could be downstairs, I kind of doubt it. I'm pretty sure, like I said, these guys are cheating, so they're just doing things that make me waste time. I swear I just heard her run. That's like earlier I heard the chick run, and there's just no one here. Huh. Yep, she's just going along window loop because these guys are just using speed hacks and they're just attempting to abuse whatever gets them the most distance. They don't even play loops anymore. Shit, there's no pallets left here either. Capped it, so someone's here. Not even good enough to double back. But they couldn't abuse it because they're going the wrong way and that's not even a viable loop. What the fuck is going on here? She makes no sound. Fuck off, bitch. She makes zero sound, guys. Now she's coughing. Good for her. That's not even related to bleed sounds that she should be making right now. Fuck off. We're gonna bleed out the other guy now. Holy fucking shit, guys. So this is a cheat lobby for sure. These guys generally do not know how to play. And what they tried to do, that last chick, the Youngjin, no idea what she was fucking doing, didn't go for any pallets and tried to go immediately for the long window loop. Once again, a telltale sign of people cheating is when they only play long window loop. They'll always, not always, but almost always play long window loop because it actually requires skill to play pallet. And if you're using a speed hack, you can get a lot of time out of long window loop, basically causing it to close. And that's a lot of fucking time. Like her ace earlier in the game. Holy fucking shit. And she immediately went for long... She didn't do anything else. She just went for long window loop. Absurd. Unbelievable. This is a 4-man cheat lobby. Now these guys have Unbreakable. They definitely do not have flip-flop power struggle, or they would have played pallets, and none of them played pallets. But maybe we should just bleed her out too, because she's sitting at a pallet. So we don't get any surprises like we had in the past with people that just magically have power struggle flip-flop, even though they haven't played around it the entire match. So I think we'll just bleed out both of them. Just to make sure there isn't some magical power struggle flip-flop that's going to appear. Even though I'm pretty sure, based on how these guys play, because no one crawled the pallets after they went down, and we saw no Unbreakables. He probably would have Unbreakable by now. Yeah. We had that Ash game, what, like 3 days ago? Prior to patch. It's fucking obnoxious, too. Also, by the way, I would not suggest going for frenzy hits. Legion has not changed, so I don't know what it's going to be like right now, because MMR seems like it's completely off. But Legion prior to MMR, or not MMR, prior to MMR, prior to the patch, does not work at high MMR if you go for multiple chases. What happens is when you see 4 people in the same spot, what happens is when you go to this spot, they just go like this. They split like a star, and you'll only be able to get 1 to 2 frenzy hits, and if you go for a third, you won't make it. It doesn't matter how much extra time you have. You can't gain the distance if they split properly. If we see an Unbreakable here, it's 100% cheat lobby. Well, I mean, it already is, so. Pretty sure I hear Hatch. Just barely. Adrenaline? Nope. And she moved. Do you have a power struggle for me now? Yeah. I'll do that. It's fine by me. Holy fuck, guys. Weird games. I don't know why other streamers aren't getting this shit. Unless it's focused on me, targeted at me. Zombie broken? Good. Mm-hmm. Ah, Youngjin had 21,000 points. Good for them. Alright, so this entire team was a cheat lobby. There's 2 aces. Who was the guy that we tunneled? I think it was the lowest scoring one. Overcome. Was there anything else outside? It was literally just he ran super long in straight lines, or window lines. This is the guy that ran the windows at the beginning of the match. Didn't do any loops for the most part, just dropped a couple pallets inside the main building, which his friends did for him. And then just ran main building. Window loop. We even broke that door. Yeah. Look at all these guys with no prestige characters, guys. Isn't that fucking amazing? Isn't it amazing? These guys are all 0 level of... This is something I actually kind of like. So this shows you the level of the character you're playing. These guys are on level 0 characters, right? So they haven't prestiged once. Wait, does it show you? No, I think level 0 just means you haven't ever prestiged, right? Lori is the person we first chased at the beginning of the match. Youngjin was the chick that just went straight for the window loop, and we lost track for literally right on top of me. Okay. Yeah, he's not a streamer, by the way. He streams once a year. So, when you don't actually have a badge, that means you've never prestige? Let's take a look here. Because when the event just happened... I should have looked at perks, but it doesn't matter because it's a cheat lobby. Perks literally don't matter in cheat lobbies. They can literally do whatever the fuck they want, and it won't matter. You can go naked and it won't matter. Are there any killers we've played that are rank 1? Or aren't rank 1? No. I don't play Survivor at all, I believe. So Claudette even is rank 1. What does it mean when you're rank 0? I have not played Claudette in a year and a half, and she's rank 1. I've never prestiged her. Can we use their level to suss out whether or not they're cheating or not? So why are these guys level 1 and this guy's not level 1? Let's this is the guy that's closest to level 1. Bill? I think these guys are all level 40. Let's figure out what it means when you have level 0. Because if you guys didn't know, there is a killer or just a unlocker for in terms of cheating, where you can just unlock everything temporarily, and basically play with an account with basically no progress on it, but you have everything unlocked. Let's see here. Take one of our killers that I don't really... Eventually played Bird Lady. Why was our Claudette Prestige 1 when we've never prestiged her? What was the criteria for, let's take a look, guys. We're doing some sussing right now. DVD patch. Notes. Ah, the wiki has patch notes now. Let's see. Prestige. Killer perks. Where's Prestige? Progression. Apps. Existing players will have their characters granted prestige levels in the new system based on the following: +2 additional levels per existing prestige level. Prestige 1 character will receive +2 levels, resulting in Prestige 3. You're very noisy. Stop that. Stop that! Stop that! I'm talking to myself. Nemesis is quiet. Very stoic. Just wants to punch you. Yeah, maybe we can use this. So these guys, we all reached level 50 on, right? So if you reach level 50... Just when you reach... That means they're playing a character that's never reached level 50? Is it right when you reach level 50 it gives you the 1? Or is it after you prestige? It also might have been prior. There's different rules. So prior, if you have your level 50 prior to the update, you're automatically level 3. No, that's not right, because Claudette's not level 3. Never prestiged any of my killers. And some of them are, like, Sadako's level 4. The character has 70 or more perks unlocked, counting each of the tiers separately, plus 1 level for 70 to 119 perks. That's why Sadako is level 4, is because she had a bajillion perks unlocked, because I spent a shitload of points on her, unfortunately. And I think Nemesis had almost everything unlocked. Which is why he's level 5. Do we have any other level 5s? Legion. Ape. Which he has a little funky border for some reason. That's a funky border. Oh, maybe just everyone has funky borders. Never mind. Any on level. Yeah. So that would mean that their character, if they're prior, which we can assume if they're a high-level account, prior to the patch, which was 2 days ago, that they have less than 69 perks unlocked on the character, which means they would not gain a tier. They would not gain a prestige level. Okay, so first source of information here, guys, is if they have less than 69 perks on a character, they will not gain a prestige level. A prestige level 1 character will receive +2 levels. And if they're level 50 before the patch, they're going to get +2 levels by default. And some of my killers never did because they're not level 50. Then Ani's level 1, though. And he's definitely has level 50, isn't he? Yeah. So why are some of my killers level 1? When they were level 50, I guess. I see. So they max it out at 9, but you have to prestige him to get 1 to 1 level. I still don't understand. I guess because he has more than 70 perks unlocked. So these guys are level 1 purely based on their perks. I've never prestiged any of my killers, so it's based purely on perk slots because there's 2 different criteria. That means Claudette has 69 perks. Let's take a look here. Five, 15. So 30. She only has 35 perks. Why is she rank 1? Never. Maybe I prestige Claudette? No, if I prestige her, she would be level 2. Prestige 1 character will receive 2 levels. She only received 1 level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is 15 per page, right? So that's 30. 31. That's not 70 perks. Oh, it counts each tier of the perks separately. Oh. Okay. Okay, so it counts each tier separately. That's even weirder if people are rank 0. And they have purple perks. So each one of these pages is worth, well, the purple pages is worth, this is worth 45. And this is worth 90 minus 1. So 89? 90. So we have just enough to reach Prestige 1 on Claudette. Yeah, each tier of a perk is counted separately. Okay. Yeah, so that's incredibly weird if you have a high level of count with people running purple perks and they're rank 0. Because that means they've never prestiged the character, which arguably that's not that big of a deal because I didn't prestige characters either. And they have less than 90 perks total. And if they're running purple perks, those count for 3 levels apiece. And Claudette, which I haven't played in a year and a half, just automatically got rank 1. With 3 pages of perks. 2 pages of perks, excuse me. So that means if you have a rank 0 account, assuming they aren't brand new, which they probably aren't if MMR is remotely doing anything, if they're a rank 0 account, Prestige 0 account, and they're running purple perks, that probably means they're cheating. That means they're probably unlocking perks without actually going through the game. It'd be very, very difficult to get exactly the perks you want and only have, what, 2 pages of perks because of the way that the Blood Web works. And if they're new to the game, they're definitely going to have prestiged once before they, well, no, they get all the perks. No. If they're new to the game, then they have teachable perks, so maybe that's not correct at all. New character. So if you have a fresh character, you're going to have a lot of the perks unlocked, but you're not going to have any prestige levels because of it. You could have a fresh character with all the perks because you've learned them on other characters, Assuming they started after the patch, by the way. If you have a fresh character after the patch, it's going to be ranked 0. But if you have a character prior to the patch, and you've learned a bunch of teachables, they'll all be available, like that character just automatically would have leveled. So it's not going to work forever, because obviously people are going to have teachable perks, and they'll just automatically get them on the character. But because we are 2 days after the patch, they probably do not have a fresh character, in which they just decide to unlock it and play it with 2 days after patch, especially if they're good at the game. It's even weirder. If we can suss out people with like 5,000 hours and they have a Prestige 0 character, they're probably absolutely full of shit. Because they'll just auto-level based on having perks available to that character. Like now we have a bunch of perks available to everyone, right? That I've never touched in my life. Yeah, we got a bunch of yellows. Why aren't they green, or why aren't they purple? What is the criteria for purple? Oh, you have to prestige a character 3 times. So they turn in the... Basically, you get teachable perks for every prestige level. We just got a bunch of perks here just because we learned them as a teachable before the patch. In order for you to get them as a purple, you need to prestige the character. Prestige 1 gets you the yellow, Prestige 2 gets you green, and Prestige 3 gets you purple. Okay. This is kind of weird, but I feel like we can definitely use this to figure out when people are cheating or not. Well, as a way of sussing out people cheating or not. Yeah. If you guys are curious, I'm looking at the prestige, the progression part of the patch notes. So, if they're rank 0 right now, that means they never prestige the character, which arguably that's something that a lot of people haven't done. I didn't prestige any of my characters. They never prestige the character prior to patch, and they didn't have more than 69 perks on that character prior to patch. That includes 3 levels of perks, which is very, very easy to do. All my killers that don't have a Prestige 1 on were killers I never basically leveled past 40. I never got them to 50. Yeah, so it would mean they're playing a character with less than 69 perks on it. Well, prior to patch, less than 69. Well, that would be even less than that because they have to be purple. I guess you could figure out how many perks they would have if they're purple. Like, somewhat. Because 3 perks count for double. Or triple, excuse me. A perk counts for triple. If it's purple. So, 2 pages? It was literally like Claudette. Just 2 pages. Purple perks. Less than 2 pages of purple perks, or obviously less than that. That is incredibly difficult to get the perks that you want, especially nowadays, get the perks that you want with only 2 pages. It might be a little bit different for Survivor, because Survivors oftentimes only play 1 Survivor, right? But even then, they would have, if you have a Survivor main, you're probably going to have all the perks unlocked on them, right? Or close to it, on your main character. Yeah, I think the easy way of looking at that is they have less than two perk pages worth of perks. When right now there's like, what? How many perks are there? There's a boatload. 204 total perks. Oh, you have to figure it out. It's not evenly split. I know survivors have... Either survivors or killer has more perks. Seven pages of perks. A lot of perks. What is 6 times 15? Times 3. It'd be 90? 270? Extra, 9? 9? Because I don't have all the perks unlocked on killers, because I have some killers that I decide not to unlock because their perks suck dick, like Ghostface. Yeah, Ghostface is one of them. Would have been an additional 9 points. 3 perks, 9 points. Yeah, so if they don't have level 1 prestige, that probably means they're full of shit. That would mean that they played the Survivor and have less than 2 pages of purple perks prior to patch. And even less likely if it's after patch, because if you're playing the Survivor... Well, no, you could have leveled everyone else except for that Survivor, right? You could get the rank 3 perks and just have no add-ons, because you don't share add-ons. So you'd have no items, no add-ons. Unless people are giving them to you in the game? Like, you can make up some convoluted scenario in which someone could magically be less than rank 1, or less than prestige 1, after patch, if they're playing their main. Well, even if they aren't playing their main. No, I take that back, because you could be playing a character you've never really touched, right? That would mean they've never put points into... Okay, I take that back. You could just play random characters, right? Let's assume the survivors are just changing because you have teachables on all your characters, right? Or you have level 3 perks on all your characters. That still seems sus, but I don't think it's as sus. Because one of the things that the new progression system enabled you to do is play other characters. In the case of Survivor, play other characters you haven't touched before, right? Because they're basically just skin models, that's it. They don't really hold any value besides their teachables. Yeah. So if you never touched a character, let's say Survivor, if you've never touched a Survivor prior to patch, it's really weird on Killer, because if you play a Killer, you have to unlock all the shit on it, right? Whereas Survivor, all you needed was the teachable perks. And obviously you can see here I did some of that on my own Killers, but it's relatively rare, because if you actually want to play the Killer, you need to unlock all the perks, where Survivors generally are not encouraged to unlock all the perks on different Survivors because you don't need to. It's one of the parts of the BP Killer tax is where you basically have a sunk cost you have to put in the Killer. Putting aside the fact that you have to grind for add-ons forever, was unlocking all the perks on the character, because this is obviously the Killer is different than just a Survivor, because you can't just, it's not just a change of the model. So you have to unlock all the abilities on it. So if you have a rank 0 like Twins with a bunch of purple perks, that wouldn't make sense. Maybe nowadays? I've never touched Twins, and you can see all the perks we have unlocked now because of the progression system. Pretty good, by the way. This is a lot. This is a pretty big leg up. But that being said, the mega grind is add-ons, which is what you grind forever and what you really need. So I guess they could be on a rank 0 or a prestige 0 Survivor because they have all the teachables on everyone else, and they got a bunch of purple perks. That's still, you would like, you could make up a scenario where basically you prestiged everyone else to the point at which they were rank 3 after patch, and then got all the perks on everyone else, purple perks on everyone else. You still would have like no pages. So there is a scenario in which you would have, if assuming once again they aren't brand new player. There is a scenario in which you would have rank 0 Survivor that has a bunch of purple perks on it, but it's unlikely, because you would have had to have gotten everyone else's perks and gotten to the point where you can get the perks. Otherwise, you're going to have to grind out the perks. If you've never played the Survivor, you're definitely going to prestige, because the new Blood Web's horrible. You're going to prestige before you get all your perks. If you need new levels of perks, you're going to prestige before you get them. Yeah. No, it's still really sus if they're playing, they have purple add-ons, or purple perks, and a loadout on a rank 0 Survivor. You can possibly do it, it should just be incredibly rare. In that last game we had 3. Interesting. Okay, I gotta take a piss real quick here, guys. We're gonna play some games. Enough of this shit. Okay. What? What were you looking at? I have to replay exactly what just happened in my head. Those twins. They deploy a little baby twin that runs around and jumps on people. Pretty cool, but generally not a very good killer. Let's put on aggro zombies. Yeah, so, moral of the story, guys, is if you run into a rank 0, right now at least, if you run into a rank 0 survivor, that is probably incredibly rare. It's possible, but very, very rare. Because it's more than likely that... we're going to be aggressive. Good. It's more than likely that they won't have all the perks on the survivor unless they unlock them. Even if it's a survivor, let's say that they have purple perks, they're going to end up with more than 2 pages of purple perks on them if they're prior to patch. More than likely more than 2 pages of purple perks on them. If they don't, after the patch, it probably still means that they would have to prestige him at least once in order to get the perks that they want. Because if you don't have the purples unlocked because you unlocked all those survivors by prestiging them 3+, you won't have the perks. You have to unlock them manually through prestiging on the on the survivor. Fucking weird, guys. Yeah, so rank 0 accounts are very, very sus. And in that last game, as I mentioned, we had 3. We didn't just have 1, we had 3 different rank 0 accounts. Prestige 0 accounts. I've seen this guy before. Yeah. What I explained was very complicated, and you missed it. We'll go with this. Basically, for someone to have a Prestige 0 account would be very rare. Right now, at least, would be very rare. Because you have to actually level up characters to get all the perks on a survivor that you've never played. A bunch of characters to get all the perks on a survivor you've never played. That means you never touched them prior to the patch. Personal luck. Okay. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of different things. Good evening, Ro. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Like, I just spent like a half an hour talking about trying to figure out whether or not a Prestige 0 very sweaty survivor is sus. And I'm pretty sure it is, especially if you have 3 of them in the match, which we did. Looking for criteria to dodge games on, by the way. And at the end of the game, using as a criteria that they're possibly cheating. But later on, rank 0, Prestige 0 accounts will become more common. Actually, I don't think they will be common. If you have someone with like all purple perks on them and they're Prestige 0, that means they've never went through a Prestige level, which means they probably have no items on them too, which is also very rare. Because that means if you have never Prestige that survivor, they're not going to have any items on them, like nothing. You'll get a couple flashlights and shit through the blood web, but you'll have like next to nothing on it, and you won't have the perks unlocked that you probably need. Yamako Estate. It's all in the patch notes. Prestige is the new system where you level up. That's a cuck door. Let's break it. That probably means in the future, if we get a sus-looking lobby, I'm just going to dodge them if they have Prestige 0s. Because if you use an unlocker, basically a cheat, use an unlocker, I definitely don't think it's going to give you Prestige levels, so... Totem. Wide. It's fast. Hey, buddy. Oh. Okay. You knew what was happening there before it did. Yeah, this guy's cheating. See if we can get a hit. We're gonna leave chase anyways. Okay, we're gonna leave chase. That guy's cheating. That is the Dwight. That? How the fuck did I not hit her too? That should hit. Like that did. Definitely got a cheat lobby again, guys. Fuck out of here. I got my phase 2 whips, I'm set. Enough of that shit. Can't go for that, guys, it's too far. I could possibly do it, but if we get a body block... Normally there's a hook between here and the other side. But because there isn't... That's a problem. Captain back. I was going for unhook right now. Someone did. They're just letting you sit on the hook. Ah, that's really fucking weird. Someone just popped the skill check after deadlock. Yeah, so once again, cheat lobby. We're gonna cam off here, guys. somehow that happened. Off. There. Fast. She was fast earlier too. Definitely cheating as well. We're bloodlusting in a W key straight line. Oh. That. Thank you for taking me to a gen that's being worked on. I appreciate that. There's one right here. Okay. Tap the gen. We'll see if they unhook behind me. I got bloodlust in a W key straight line, guys. Let's force an unhook. Pretty sure there's a guy below. I went the wrong way. Job. Looks like she's toggling her cheats. Yeah, she's very fast. Job, you fucked that up too. Bye. We get bloodlust in a straight line again? Yeah. And you can break pallet, we're just gonna pick her up immediately so they can't get in position for save. Guy in front of me, for whatever reason. Away from the beginning of the match. No. Good guy. Probably should have whipped him. He is also very fast, if you guys aren't missing that by his... how fucking weird his fucking feetsies are moving right now. Oh my god. No. Let's see. We're gonna go across map. Can't make that. We're gonna try. It was right there. We saw her working the gen, guys. Come back to tap. There it goes. Good job. We're gonna wait for phase 2 now. No phase 2. You're. And not good, so it doesn't matter. We're gonna go tap the gen immediately. Uh-huh. There you go, guys. Ah, I'm fucked up again. Did it tap behind me? She did not. DS now if he has it. Actually, we can get it closer to the gen, can't we? This is beautiful. Even fucking better, guys. Look at that shit. Oh, that is beautiful. They reworked Jolt. I forgot what they changed on it. They removed cooldown reduction, or not cooldown, the cooldown. They removed the cooldown. And I think they increased the regression value on it. Okay. Okay. Wait for him to die. Try not to do a gen. Light from earlier, as I mentioned, is cheating. I would like not to chase him. Not as bad as earlier. Oh, she went back and tapped the gen right over here. Let's make sure we tap this for her. Can you get hit? No. What the fuck? She's 100% cheating as well. Look how much distance she got. Fucking got off that by me going around a rock. Hi. And she fucked up. On top of being a cocky piece of shit. Not ready for pickup. She can't make that. Isn't that fucking weird? Isn't that weird, guys? Isn't that fucking weird? Isn't that fucking weird when she actually had to loop instead of W keying across the fucking map? That she just immediately went down. Like I said, when people cheat, they almost always run W key loops. Excuse me, long window loops. There he is. We're gonna close hatch since we know where it is. And he might have some surprise waiting for us. Holy fuck, guys. Hey, look, Bo. So probably has power struggle flip-flop. Maybe not. He's still close enough to the hook where I don't think it would have mattered. Or maybe Dwight wasn't cheating. Was it Dwight at the beginning of the match we chased? No, it was David. It wasn't Dwight, it was David. It was Dwight. Okay, he's rank 10. Look at all the rank zeros, guys. Look at all the prestige zeros. And Dwight seemed fucking fast as shit. Once again, these are all prestige 0 accounts. These guys did not have more than 69 perks prior to patch, nor did they ever prestige the character. And this guy has flans on it too, so this guy's 100% cheating. So this guy has flans, and he did not have more than 69 perks, so he never prestiged the character. And if he has flans, it means he was doing blood web shit. I mean, you can make up a hypothetical scenario in which you play a character and never got more than 69. It's, by the way, it's not 69 perks. It is each perk level counts for 3 levels, or counts for 3 perks. So perk 1 is your rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 of perks. So if you have a purple perk, it's worth 3 points. So that means if this guy had 2 pages, he has less than 2 pages of purple perks in order to never prestige, and he never prestiges character prior to patch. So these 3 characters, all these 3 guys, this guy played and he got flans, which means he was doing blood web shit. I mean, it's possible that he has perks in the blood web and just never went for them, and did the anniversary event and got flans, but highly unlikely. So as I mentioned before, in order for them to be rank 0 right now, I mean, this is going to become more common once again. In order for them to be rank 0 right now, they would have had a character that they'd never played and just got all the right perks on through prestiging other characters, right? Because if you have 3 levels of prestige on a character, you get that unlock on all the characters. And why this matters is because if they do a blood web, normally if you don't have a rank 3 like character that basically you get the perks from, if you don't have a prestige 3 character, that means you'd have to do the blood web manually, which is going to give you at least 1 level of prestige. So why this is important, guys, is because we're getting people pretty regularly that have definitely decked out accounts. This isn't something new. Decked out accounts and with items on it that are ranked 0. This should not be a thing. This is like when you see the guy on Steam that's like level 1. So this guy has David King, in which he has flans on him, which means he did the anniversary event to some extent. He has flans on him, and he has all 3 perks, but he never prestiged the character, which isn't uncommon. Never prestiged the character normally prior to patch, and he does not have more than 2 pages worth of purple perks. I guess that's a better way of wording that. He does not have more than 2 pages of purple perks, which, if you guys know how many perks are in the game, you have like 8 pages of perks now. So this would be incredibly, incredibly, incredibly fucking uncommon. This should not be a thing. This guy, on the other hand, the Dwight here, is sitting, you know, with this is normal, right? I'm level 6, and I just magically, because I had so many perks in my account, I just got 5 levels just because of how many perks I had on my Nemesis. And you'll get 2 levels for each prestige. So if you prestige normally once, you'll at least get 2 levels out of it. And then you can have up to 5 levels, I believe, from perk slots. 5 progression levels. Prestige levels, excuse me. There's so many numbers in this game. Numbers, currencies, numbers. Yeah, so still trying to word this properly so it's easier to digest for you guys. But these guys basically is incredibly uncommon that they'd have a rank 0 account. This means they have to have basically a prestige 3 of whoever this is. Like, what we could actually find out here is if they have like a prestige 3 of a perk that's actually found on that character, that would be impossible, which means they're cheating. Because they would have had to have prestiged him in the first place. You could actually find out if they're cheating based on what perks they're using. If they have like a prestige 3 perk on a rank 0 account that's the same character that the perk is from. I think that's still possible. That'd be very, very difficult, though. Okay. Let's start reporting people here before I forget. Well, stuff is still relatively fresh. David, I said at the beginning of the match, I thought was cheating. At the end of the match, he did not look like he's cheating at all. Based on our chases. The Nia, I believe, is the one that just W-keyed completely across the map. Oh. Okay. No, it was... was a chick. This guy just played around this hook here. It was Yui. Did I say Nia or Yui? I don't remember.
Check after deadlock.
And I believe the Nia pop skill check after deadlock happened. She was the one fucking around with that gen. Yeah, that popped on the side there. Pretty sure it was a Nia. The guy that was teabagging me at the end of the game that runs really fast.
We're gonna cam off here, guys.
Yeah, like, these fucking skins, guys, are so fucking random. Like, I can't tell people apart based on their skins anymore. Like, she is supposed to be, who's the chick from Attack on Titan? Looks nothing like her baseline character. I'm actually really, like, I honestly wish that they just gave more characters. Like, instead of giving you clothing, they just made more characters. Because it's just, it is next to impossible to tell people apart now. Like, look at her. Like, normally she has blonde hair. Instead, she has, like, Mikasa, I think it is. She has, brunette or black hair. The only way you can tell them apart now is, like, the noises they make. This is the guy that just W-keyed across the map, if I remember right. Yeah. Yui. Nia was the teabagger at the end of the match. I don't know. So there's also the possibility, like, when people are watching my stream, if like, I think someone's bullshit, and they hear me say that I think they're bullshit, like, they stop their shenanigans, like, almost immediately. That occasionally happens, which could have been what happened with that Dwight, because the Dwight at the beginning of the match definitely was sus as shit. Hey, Edwin, how's your evening going, dude? Good morning to you. Good evening, good night. So look at this. So this match had 3 borrowed times in it, and 1 off the record. Look at this shit. I expected off the record to be more meta, and instead in this match we had 3 borrowed times. 1 off the record. I don't know, guys. I wish there was a better way of figuring out how fast someone is. With a perk or something? Reporting is the best part of the game? Yeah, you just missed out on what was going on here. And the most notable thing here is these are all level 1 accounts. These guys are rank 0, prestige 0 accounts, which we talk about. Spend a good 30 minutes discussing this. In order for you to be, right now, in order for you to be a rank 0 account, that would mean you had, prior to patch, you had less than, obviously this guy played prior to patch because he has a, he has a med kit. Not a med kit, a flan from the event. In order for this guy to be a level 0 account, he had to have less than 2 pages of purple perks prior to patch. And even less than that, not just purple perks, but a grand total of less than 69 perk points, I guess you could call them. A yellow counts for 1, green counts for 2, and a purple counts for 3, and it can count 3 times, so 3 points. So if you have a purple perk, it's worth 3 points. And if you have a yellow perk, it's worth 2 points. And 2 pages of perks is 45 perks per page. Complicated. It's fucking complicated as shit. But yeah, I'm very certain, because this is weird. You don't normally see these, especially with decked out accounts. This is fucking weird. And obviously it means they didn't prestige prior to patch, which isn't uncommon. They didn't prestige, and they have less than 2 pages of purple perks. which can be done, but would be incredibly rare. And then they also wouldn't have any like items on their account either, because that means if they had items, they would, especially after the patch, if they have items, that means they did blood webs, which means they could have done the blood webs without ever getting the perks on it. I don't know why you'd ever do that, but people could do that to not put them over the 69 perk threshold. Very, very weird criteria for them to be a rank 0 account after patch, or prestige 0 account after patch. So highly likely these guys are all cheating. This guy, I mean, this adds more confidence. This is like I'd view this as the same thing as if you look at their Steam profile and you see a level 1 account or even a level 0 account, and you just fuck right off immediately after you see that shit, especially if there's multiple in the same lobby. These aren't level 0 accounts, but in Steam, but they're running level 0 or prestige 0 accounts, which means they probably unlock these perks with an unlocker, cheat that allows you to unlock the stuff in the game without actually paying for it or doing any of the progression work. Very weird. You could potentially end up in a criteria where they're prestige 0, but you probably wouldn't have the perks you want on it, and then once again you'd have to level them or end up with exactly the right perks, prestige 3 perks, because you prestige 3'd the Feng, you prestige 3'd the Michaela, you prestige 3'd the Zarina, and you prestige 3'd the William, and then you just get this on Yui, right? And then you have a prestige 0 Yui with the perks that you want. But then you still won't have items. You'd have to go through the blood web and never prestige once. So as this goes on, the more likely that you see this shit, the more sus this is actually going to be. Right now it's sus because people should just automatically get points. But as the game progresses over weeks, the more prestige 0 accounts you see, the more likely they are to be cheaters. Like, because that means they won't have leveled the account now past 1 to get prestige items. Because they're using an unlocker, once again, just to get the shit in the game. They don't actually unlock it normally. Because if you unlock things normally through the normal metrics in the game, you end up with a really... you're going to end up with just a prestige level just by association with what you're doing. Because of going through, getting add-ons requires you to prestige. Because you have to prestige. You can't not prestige. This is fucking weird. This is really, really, really weird. And then we had a David. Was David doing such shit too? It was mainly the chicks and the Dwight at the beginning of the match, which also is at the top. And at the end of the game, he clearly wasn't cheating. He had no idea what the fuck he's doing.
Definitely cheating as well.
Yeah, this is the fucking Yui that took forever to catch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. You knew what was happening.
Pretty sure David was cheating. Or Dwight, excuse me, not David. He knew what the fuck I was doing immediately. Why we broke off. One of the reasons we broke off and chased on him.
We're gonna leave chase anyways.
David, I don't think we really got on chases with at all.
So I'm set.
Yeah, he was not remotely the same person at the end of the match as he was at the beginning of the match. It's like two almost completely different... Oh, your Juicy Girth, guys. I missed a crass name. Yeah, I also, once again, the crass name strikes again. Your Juicy Girth. I mean, I'm not against that, but once again, people that have, like, crass names are almost... Like, we're just putting, like, a bunch of things together here at this point. A bunch of little deductions together. But, like, the people that are most likely to cheat generally have... It goes... crass names, so people that are complete degenerates, and they either, what's a good word for that? They either have, like, super crass or super lewd names, I guess you could say. Like Cum Guzzler, Bukkake Queen, your Juicy Girth 5000, crass names, or they have degenerate slash edgy names, I guess you could say. So like stuff that's very objectionable, like people that give no shits about who they are as a person, end up also cheating. As you can imagine, they're basically internally corrupt. They're bankrupt. They're internally morally bankrupt, and it has nothing to do with sex. They're just internally morally bankrupt because they don't care how people see them. Then you have the memers, and then you have the weebs. And weebs are just like, you wouldn't think weebs are going to be people that are likely to cheat, but it has a lot to do with some sort of inferiority or superiority complex where they think they're going to be the Hokage or they're fucking Goku or Vegeta, or they're the next Pirate King, and therefore they should always win their game. Stupid shit like that, right? So then they cheat because they think they're just supposed to win all the time. Stupid shit like that. Kind of weird, all these deductions, like these kind of little sus things that we're figuring out at this point. And this new one is actually kind of, I didn't even notice this, I didn't even think this was going to be a thing. As we figured out the prestige system, the prestige 0 accounts, very, very unlikely. And as the patch goes on, this will be even less likely that someone will have never prestiged their account. This means they've never leveled up their account to prestige at one point. 1 point. Just one. Which means these guys are more than likely cheating. Not a single prestige point, which happens if you go through the Blood Web once, like level 50 Blood Web once. It's possible. It is possible, but getting 3 of them in the game once again, this seems entirely fucking weird. Especially this is a cheat game to begin with, but this adds more fuel to the fire, just things being really fucking weird. If you put any effort into a character prior to the patch, you would be Prestige 1, at the very least, Prestige 1. You get 1 point for having 70 perk points. So, 2 pages of purple perks will get you Prestige 1. And that doesn't even count the other perks that you could have in addition to that. At the very least, 2 pages of purple perks would give you Prestige 1. And that is a pretty low bar. Because all the other perks also count for points. You get, as I mentioned before, you get 1 point for yellows, 2 points for greens, and 3 points for purples. Yeah. So this is the second game where we've had 3 rank 0 prestige accounts. The game earlier, this was also a cheat lobby. This is where I started sussing this shit. And it also had 3 prestige 0 accounts in it. It is incredibly, incredibly unlikely. Unless you've literally never played that character and you have the perks that you're using are all teachables from different characters. Which I guess, once again, is possible, but then you probably aren't going to have any items because you never spend any points leveling them. So, yeah, very, very weird. And cheaters are all about getting around the system, so they don't want to grind at all. But we'll see how this goes, guys. I'm starting to notice this is the first night where I've pointed out the prestige system, which is why we're talking about it so much. And it's starting after figuring things out and sitting here and talking about it about a half hour ago. Maybe I should highlight that. Talking about things about a half hour ago, it seems highly unlikely that you'd be Prestige 0 unless you've literally never played. A killer that's Prestige 0, by the way, is 100% cheating. If they have a bunch of purple perks, they're just probably cheating. Because you need to level the killer, and you're going to get perks just along the way, and then you're going to get Prestige levels just along the way. Just because. Like killers, for instance, I have killers that I have never played, have a decent amount of perks, but I have leveled all my killers. But once again, I still have a shitload of these greens and yellows. But these are perks from other killers. These aren't from this, particularly this one. I didn't level them at all. We had, I believe this guy was level 40, so we could get the teachables, and that's where they're at prior to patch. Other killers that I've remotely leveled, like even Haig, which I haven't played like at all, has level 1. We'll talk more about this. Anyways, guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to. Depends on your preferences. We had a lot of really sus games tonight, guys. That's apparently the way it's going for me. I'm not exactly sure why. But yeah, that's the way it is. So we'll see how things go tomorrow, guys. Everyone else seems to be having very easy games, and that's not the way it's going for me. So we'll see. But we might be getting targeted. We were getting targeted by cheat lobbies even prior to patch. We're getting targeted by cheat lobbies, so that might still be an ongoing thing, regardless of what's happening in the game itself with the patch. And I'm pretty sure the MMR reset on top of that. So. We'll see how things go, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the rank 0 prestige accounts that are fucking amazing at the game, make sure you hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night. GMT minus 6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be more of the dibs. I was planning on playing Legion tonight, or maybe Penis Face, depending on how things go, and we played neither because we're too busy dealing with the bullshit. But that'll happen, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a fantastic Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.